empower your students, you unlock their potential to the catalyst for change in their communities, in their industries, and of course, in their countries. As leaders and educators, you must continue to advocate for inclusive and accessible education that gives every student the tools to shape their future. Next, equip. Equip to speak to your responsibility to provide learners with the resources and skills they need to thrive in a global workplace. Whether it is through cutting-edge technology, hands-on training, or fostering partnerships with industries, you must ensure that your institution and centers are noted for innovation and practical learning. The workforce of tomorrow requires adaptability, digital literacy, and a commitment to a lifelong learning. As you equip the students, you are not just preparing them for the jobs that they choose, but today's students require and must be given the opportunities to challenge tomorrow's world. Lastly, excel. Excellence is the standard you should strive for in all endeavors. It is a natural outcome when students are empowered and equipped. However, excellence is not just about academic achievements. It's about leadership, community service, and the ability to rise to any challenges with resilience, and creativity. Your students' success stories are testimonies of the transformative power of education. As educators, your pursuit of excellence should be unwavering, not just for yourselves, however, also, but for the generations to come. In closing, as we convene at this conference, remember that the future of education rests on these three principles. When you empower, you give strength. When you equip, you provide the tools. And when you excel, you raise the bar for what is possible. Together, through collaboration and shared vision, you can ensure that education remains a force for good, driving sustainability, development, and fostering communities that are both innovative and inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all, and God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. God is good all the time. Thank you. I am delighted to be here this morning, but before I launch into my remarks, let me acknowledge Mrs. Maxine Beseso Bryan, representing Bishop, the Honorable Conrad Pitkin, who is the Custos Rotalorum of St. James. Let me acknowledge as well His Worship, Mayor Richard Vernon, Reverend Orly Whitley, General Secretary, Open Bible Standard Churches of Jamaica, Mrs. Dawn Ward, Chairperson, World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, Mrs. Denise Amiot, immediate past chairperson from the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnic and president of Denise Amiot and Associates. I know that Dr. Ingleton from our Heart NSDA Trust is not here, but she is being represented by Dr. Cheryl McLaughlin. Let me acknowledge as well Mr. Leighton Johnson, who's representing Dr. Mark Smith, President of the Jamaica Teachers Association. Of course, we have Dr. Orville Beckford here this morning, the immediate past chairman of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. Let me welcome all our overseas visitors from the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics. I see in the front row Dr. Donna Powell-Wilson, Executive Director of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica, all our principals who are here, faculty, all presidents of institutions, specially invited guests, awardees of CCCJ and WFCP, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again. I am delighted to be here with you at the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics Congress 2024 under the Triple E theme, Empower, Equip, Excel. My name is Fayval Williams, and I am the Minister of Education and Youth here in Jamaica, and in whose portfolio we have the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. I know the membership of the World Federation is wide, stretching across many countries. You advocate and you raise awareness of the contribution of these institutions in your membership to human resource development. We thank you for that. It takes many voices. I commend the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica, our institution here in Jamaica, who assures quality in higher education through program, curriculum, assessment design and development, certification, and awards. I commend you, CCCJ, for hosting this conference here in our beautiful city of Montego Bay in the parish of St. James. We are not just gathered for discussion. We're gathered to shape the future of education, one that meets the evolving demands of our global workforce and nurtures lifelong learning. We have an exceptional opportunity to share knowledge, engage with cutting-edge ideas, and harness the power of collaboration, ensuring that colleges and polytechnic institutions remain a transformative force in education systems worldwide. CCCJ, our esteemed host, continues to play an instrumental role in advancing higher education in Jamaica. Through innovative approaches, the Council has expanded program offerings to reflect the diversity and flexibility required in today's education landscape. And just to let you know, CCCJ's introduction of micro-credential courses is a testament to our country's commitment to lifelong learning and an understanding that education must be agile, accessible, and aligned with the current demands of the workforce. These stackable credentials offer learners at all stages of life the chance to build upon their skills incrementally, creating pathways for continuous growth. Additionally, CCCJ's partnership with the Caribbean Maritime University, one of the only one in Jamaica, and I dare say in the region, it's solidified through a memorandum of understanding, this partnership, which is a milestone in advancing educational equivalency across institutions. This partnership creates new pathways for students to earn bachelor's degree through our colleges and polytechnics, strengthening the alignment between tertiary level programs and creating greater resource sharing across higher education institutions in Jamaica. Such collaborations are critical as we work towards building a seamless and robust educational ecosystem that serves the diverse needs of our students and the industries that they themselves will lead one day. As we gather for this Congress, I encourage you to fully engage in the sessions, workshops, and discussions that have been thoroughly curated to inspire change and innovation. The opportunities to collaborate with like-minded professionals, exchange insights, and foster new partnerships are boundless. The discussions we have here will not only shape policies and practices within our institutions, but will also echo throughout the global educational community. So together, let us seize this moment to empower ourselves and others, to equip ourselves with the tools and knowledge to excel, and to work in unison to unlock the full potential of education for all. Thank you, and welcome once again to the WFCP Congress 2024. Let's make this an unforgettable and transformative experience. Thank you so much. And for those who are visitors, we're glad you're here in our beautiful country. In addition to all that you will learn at this conference, we hope as well that you will make some time to enjoy the hospitality of Jamaica, not just in this hotel, but outside of its walls as well. Continue to do the good work that you do. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Though the protocol has been beautifully established, I would like to nevertheless acknowledge Mrs. Maxine Bisesso Bryan, the Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Education and Youth, Reverend Aurel Whitley, Mrs. Dawn Ward, Mrs. Denise Amiot, Dr. Mr. Leighton Johnson, Dr. Powell, Wilson, all principals, faculty, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. I am pleased this morning to be extending remarks on behalf of our Managing Director, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, here at the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics World Congress, being hosted by the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. As the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics continue to provide leadership in workforce education strategies and to partner with stakeholders within the skills landscape, it is indeed timely for the Heart NSTA Trust to participate in these conversations, as we are the national training agency for human development. Our participation, ladies and gentlemen, as a sponsor will, among other things, serve to strengthen the Trust's mandate to advocate and provide leadership in TVET nationally, regionally, and globally. Furthermore, our participation underscores the importance of preparing a labor force equipped with the relevant skills and competencies required to accelerate the country's economy. Certainly, we cannot do this alone, as the input of stakeholders across academia, government, and industry is vital in shaping the TVET agenda. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 4 indicates that countries are to ensure inclusive and equitable education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Critical to this is the connectivity to and the fulfillment of the education component of the Jamaica National Development Plan, which we call Vision 2030, and that seeks to ensure a well-resourced, internally recognized, values-based system that develops critical thinking. These lifelong learners are productive and successful and will effectively contribute to an improved quality of life at the personal, national, and global levels. With 26 wholly operated training institutions across the island, the Heart and Estate Trust has trained and certified individuals across several new and emerging skill areas, and has established workforce colleges, centers of excellence, and STEAM, soon to be STREAM labs, across select institutions. This is in response to the organization's continued focus on advancing technical and vocational education and training, and ensuring that trainees are adequately prepared to keep pace with the rapidly changing labor demands. With the removal of administrative and user fees for courses up to level 4 as at April 1st, 2023, we have provided more Jamaicans over the age of 17 years the opportunity to access programs and services specific to their needs in order to advance their social and economic standing. Notably, we have a vested interest in reaching our youths, especially those who are from underserved communities and need access to quality training, certification, and other services if they are to break the cycle of being disadvantaged and if they are to be integrated into the labor market as skilled and productive citizens. With an expanded mandate to include the facilitation of volunteerism, mentorship, and adult literacy, we have provided even greater access for Jamaicans seeking to learn, upskill, and provide sustainable avenues, not only for themselves, but also for their families. The Trust has therefore been responding to its mandate to train and certify individuals to respond to the demands of a growing economy. Realizing this, the Heart and Estate Trust has been strategically preparing Jamaicans through its suite of program offerings and initiatives that are fit for purpose and designed to meet the current and future productivity needs of industries. And so over the last 4 years, some 30,000 trainees graduated across several new and emerging skill areas and have been contributing to the advancement and development of Jamaica's economy. The organization's training continues to respond to the productivity needs of varying sectors, namely construction, hospitality and tourism, education, manufacturing, agriculture, information and communication technology, and services, and employers can attest to the invaluable contributions and transformational approaches and innovations that our trainees continue to lead in the organizations in which they are engaged. I really do want to use this platform to acknowledge and express sincere gratitude to the team at the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica for organizing this event. I extend my appreciation to all individuals who have contributed to making this World Congress and Youth Summit a success. Indeed, an event of this nature serves to chart a course and prefer sustainable solutions in building a first world education and training system. And so in conclusion, the Heart NSTA Trust has undoubtedly played a crucial role in transforming Jamaica's economy through specialized education and training for the workforce, as investing in human development is an essential pillar in driving economic growth. I want to thank all our stakeholders in education and training for embracing the vision of the Trust and for their commitment to national and economic development. Thank you, and I look forward to the ensuing presentations and panel discussions as we seek to build a formidable TVET ecosystem. Thank you, everyone.
I am not seeing Mr. Leighton Johnson, who is down to represent Dr. Mark Smith from the Jamaica Teachers Association. So I'm going to... Sir Howard? No, Sir Howard is getting too old for this. I turn my attention to the former chairman of the CCCJ. He's in a different place, flying high, fly low. He now presents his greetings. Dr. Orville Beckford.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. For brevity, all protocols observed. We want to say a special welcome to our visitors, and if they could just stand so we can give them a round of applause. All visitors to our island. Thank you very much. And the WFPC, we want to say thank you very much for hosting this conference here in Jamaica, one of the most beautiful islands of the Caribbean, you will admit. And in Montego Bay, well, I won't get into it, there's the most beautiful parish. A word that you'll keep hearing today, our words, is integration and collaboration. That's what education is about. We define pedagogy as how we teach children, and we define andragogy of helping adults to learn. In helping adults to learn, we have to collaborate. They bring to the table sometimes much more than we have to offer. And so it is part of a collaboration. And places like the World Congress is where you will have tremendous amount of collaboration of different thoughts, ideas, and so on. Within this postmodern world, collaboration is almost key. Hard to think how you'd survive, how you would empower, how you'd equip, how you would get students to excel without collaboration. And so this forum provides that platform that we'll all share ideas, best practices, so that we can then equip our own students, empower them, equip them, and help them to excel. While doing that, we ourselves, as educators, will also excel, because it is necessary for our own development that we continue our own research, look at how we are teaching, how we are empowering the students. Do we have a different set of students now? Yes, a completely different set of students from our time. Empowering them and equipping them requires much more than 20 years ago. And to be fair to them, they are also facing tremendous obstacles in their education, especially at the tertiary level. So as we meet in this forum to share ideas, share research, look at best practices, as we look forward to empowering our students, equipping our students, and having them excel as we would have them do, we want to just ensure that we make the best use of all that we have learned academically, socially, and otherwise here. Enjoy the conviviality. We are fun-loving people in Jamaica, and you'll see that we're already smiling. And so, welcome again. Welcome to our beautiful island. Welcome everyone, and welcome our students. They are the reason why we exist.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beckford. And word has just reached my news desk that the former president, who is representing the president of the JTA, is on his way. So later on in the program, we're going to try to squeeze as much so we can hear from him. As we navigate an increasingly disruptive global economy, the role of artificial intelligence is transforming education, technical vocation education, and training in profound ways. It is my honor to now invite to the lectern Mrs. Dawn Ward, chairperson of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, to officially launch the Global Policy Statement on Artificial Intelligence and TVET. Please put your hands together.
Well, good morning. Please kindly allow me to utilise the protocols already established. However, I must acknowledge that I am personally delighted to welcome Mrs. Maxine Bryan, representative for Bishop the Honourable Conrad H. Pitkin, Custos Rotarium of St James, and the Honourable Fael Wilms, Minister of Education and Youth. Distinguished guests, overseas delegates, principals, faculty and specially invited guests. As chair of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, it gives me tremendous pleasure to be here with you today to officially open our 12th World Congress and to launch our global statement. I want to extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you, whether you have travelled across the globe or you live in this beautiful country. I'm thrilled that we are gathering in this wonderful country and in this amazing venue, and want to extend, on behalf of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, our heartfelt thanks to the incredible hospitality of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica for hosting our Congress alongside their own. Our world has always moved on quite rapidly, and none more so than the last 4 to 5 years. Our expectations and that of our students has shifted enormously since the pandemic. And as life moves on, we often forget the tremendous lessons that we learned during that period. Only the other evening over dinner with past President Denise Amiot and my colleagues John Beattie and Ryan Halford from Burton and South Derbyshire College, we reflected on the good things as well as the challenges and learning that came out of that period. We discussed not only PTEC, Professional Technical Education and Training, in its global statement, but today I will refer for this audience to Technical and Vocational Education, or TVET. Our statement comes at a crucial time when the role of AI in education is rapidly evolving. AI is not just a technological advancement. It is a transformative force that crosses traditional boundaries and redefines what's possible in education and training. This is why our exploration into AI's impact on technical and vocational education is so vital. AI offers remarkable opportunities to improve learning, teaching, and assessment. It's reshaping how we approach education, from automated assessment processes to virtual and immersive realities. Imagine AI systems that can tailor learning experiences to each student's unique needs, providing personalised tutoring that adapts in real time. This could mean more engaging and effective learning experiences, making education more accessible and tailored to individual needs. However, AI is not without its challenges. As we embrace these advancements, we must also address the concerns related to data privacy, algorithmic biases, and cybersecurity. For instance, AI systems can sometimes reinforce existing biases or produce outcomes that are not transparent. These issues are critical as they can impact student safety, fairness, and the overall educational experience. Our global statement provides a comprehensive overview of how AI is currently being used across the TVET sector and offers insights into its future potential. We have gathered data from institutions around the world to understand how AI is being integrated into educational practices. While many institutions are still in the very early stages of adopting AI, the enthusiasm for its possibilities is palpable. Many are experimenting with AI solutions and exploring how they can be leveraged to improve teaching and administrative processes. For example, consider the use of AI in generating educational content. AI can create customized resources for both teachers and students, thus potentially saving time and enhancing the learning experience. Additionally, AI-driven tools can help in providing personalised feedback, enabling a more tailored and effective educational support. Yet, it is essential to approach AI with a balanced perspective. The technology holds great promise, but it also presents risks that must be addressed proactively. One of the significant concerns is the potential widening of the digital divide. As AI becomes more integral to education, those who lack access to technology may find themselves further marginalised. Thus, ensuring equitable access to AI tools and resources is crucial in bridging this gap and providing equal opportunities for all our students. Our statement also explores the future of AI in education. We anticipate that AI will continue to evolve and its application will become far more sophisticated. As this happens, TVET institutions will need to adapt their curricula and teaching methods to align with these changes. This means preparing learners not only to use AI effectively, but to also understand its implications and limitations. For instance, as AI changes the job market, it's crucial for educational establishments to update their programs to reflect new skills and competencies that will be in demand. This includes developing programs that focus on AI-related skills and ensuring that students are equipped with transversal skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and digital literacy. In light of these considerations, our global statement presents the following recommendations. I'm going that way. Okay. Firstly, there should be challenge-based exploration of AI. We recommend that TVET institutions should dedicate resources to exploring AI's implications, focusing on case studies that identify areas where AI can address existing challenges. Secondly, we should be intentional. Our institutions must be deliberate in their automated decisions, considering whether certain functions are better suited for human interaction, especially in high-risk or sensitive areas. Our third recommendation is we should reflect developments in industry and labour market. demand. Active monitoring of AI adoption in relevant occupations is crucial. Institutions should update courses to ensure students develop essential skills, including digital literacy and a foundational understanding of AI. Our fourth recommendation is there should be retraining opportunities for workers impacted by AI. We recognise that collaborations among governments, employers and TVET institutions are necessary to support citizens affected by automation, ensuring retraining programmes are inclusive and accessible. Our fifth recommendation is there is a need for evidence and piloting, as conducting small-scale experiments before implementing AI solutions allows institutions to assess the efficacy and optimise implementation strategies. Our sixth is a need for digital infrastructure. Any development of AI solutions should prioritise accessibility, ensuring that communities lacking resources can also benefit from AI advancements. Our seventh recommendation is that literacy and staff development is critical. Our institutions should create AI literacy programmes for both our learners and staff, emphasising the technology's limitations and risks. Number 8 is we must protect the integrity of assessments. A review of assessment practices is essential to maintain integrity. Clear guidance on the use of AI in assessments should be provided. Our 9th recommendation is with regard to the use of AI to assess learner performance. We should ensure that the concerns about reliability and transparency are adequately addressed. Automated assessment should be limited to low-stakes situations. And finally, our 10th recommendation is with regard to implementing AI solutions. It is crucial to consider the transparency about its use in teaching and learning, alongside robust cybersecurity measures and governance arrangements to ensure ethical practices. As we move forward, let's remember that AI is a tool that reflects the values and intentions of those who use it. Its impact on education will depend on how we choose to apply it and the safeguards we put in place. By approaching AI with a thoughtful and balanced perspective, we can harness its potential to enhance learning and address some of the significant challenges facing our institutions. In closing, I want to urge you to read the full global statement, as I cannot do it justice in my 15 minutes. You will find it on the WFCP's website today. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to the development of this statement. So special thanks must go to Joel Mullen from Analytical Learning for leading the research, and to all the WFCP members who shared their insights. I must also acknowledge Michael Webb of JISC for his expert review, Lynn Dolby for managing the project, and the WFCP project steering group, including Dawn Wood and Emma Meredith, for their invaluable support. Thank you all for being here today and for your dedication to advancing TVET education. I look forward to our discussions and to working together to shape a brighter future for our global education community. Enjoy the Congress and thank you all very much.
Another round of applause for Mrs. Ward. The 10 recommendations presented to us have profound implications for the way forward. I'll tell you, Mrs. Ward, when I did my own postgrad studies in TVET, we knew a day like this was coming. So I believe that going forward, Minister who sets policy and all the leaders of the education system, we are taking note. Before we prepare for the keynote presentation, I'm advised that Mr. Leighton Johnson will no longer make it to do the greetings. But in his stead, I'm going to be inviting the President-elect of the Jamaica Teachers Association, Mr. Mark Malava, to come forward and give greetings. Please put your hands together and make him feel welcomed.
Good evening, everyone. Let me begin by, good morning. It's been a long day. Let me begin by standing on the protocols that have been established. Let me, however, pause to acknowledge our own Minister, Minister Favour Williams. Welcome, Minister. I will also step outside the established protocols and acknowledge my bigger brother, William Malava. I saw him somewhere in the crowd. I don't know where he went just now. I just want to bring greetings on behalf of the Jamaica Teachers Association, and in particular, our president, Dr. Mark Smith. This Congress is taking place in a watershed moment in Jamaica. There has been a lot of discussion, a lot of discourse about the need for transformation in our education system, and a report was generated. Most of you would have known about it, the Orlando Patterson report, and there's a new buzzword called transformation of education for national development. A key component of that, ladies and gentlemen, is the whole need for TVET and the role that TVET plays in the educational landscape as we move forward to try and create a more inclusive education system. So today I am excited about the presentation. I'm looking forward to the presentation. I'm looking forward to how it is that we can utilize these ideas as we move forward to create a more inclusive education system. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. To introduce our keynote speaker this morning, I'm pleased to invite on the stage Mr. Howard Isaacs, Principal of the Monique College. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure this morning to introduce to you Ms. Denise Amiu, who is our keynote speaker. Denise Amiu has garnered a wealth of experience in a number of varied leadership positions, from non-profit organizations to federal and territorial governments to para-public sector leadership positions, the latest being the largest national organization of post-secondary institutions, that is, colleges and institutes of Canada, with over 150 employees. Always seeking new challenges, she just opened a startup in consultation, leadership, development, training, and coaching. She has established a reputation as an authentic leader, always leading by example, fostering a sense of pride, commitment, and excellence in public service and corporate responsibility. She is an inspirational leader that has been a trailblazer, often breaking the glass ceiling, and has been a champion of equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as indigenous education. She has received multiple awards, both at the international and national levels, in recognition of her outstanding contributions to public service and the non-profit sector in corporate social responsibility, innovations, gender equity, and official language, as well as for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. She currently sits on international boards, Quater Foundation, and has past chair and international ambassador of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, on CUSO International, on LCL Education Holdings Incorporated, and as chair of the Forum for International Trade Training and on the Health Standards Organizations. She sits on national boards, Canada Science Policy Center and Palette Skills, and provisional board, Manfort Hospital. Denise is a lifelong learner. She has 3 bachelor's degrees in sciences, in social sciences, and in education, and a master's in education. She received her designation from the Institute of Corporate Directors in 2009, her certification and designation in ESG governance in 2022, and her certification and designation in climate change and biodiversity in 2023. She is an honorary Doctor of Laws from Kwajalein Polytechnic University. She speaks different languages and is now studying Arabic. Before she left the Colleges and Institutes of Canada, CICAN, she created an endowment providing an annual bursary of $5,000 annually to a student whose parents did not attend post-secondary level. Ladies and gentlemen, as I read her profile, it dawned upon me that Denise Amio represents what we would say in Jamaica. She is little, but she is Talawa. Could you welcome our keynote speaker, Denise Amio?
I have never been introduced like this one. And yes, I am short, that's for sure. Oh my God. For brevity, protocol observed, distinguished guests and participants to the WFCP. First, I want to say how honored I am to have been invited to be your keynote speaker today at this 12th WFCP Congress in this great welcoming country of Jamaica. Yes. WFCP is an important international association, and it is crucial for professional and technical education in the world of higher education. And I want to say how lucky we are to have a chair like Don Ward at the head of the board. And I want to also acknowledge the board of directors that are here with us today. Can you get up, please, so that we see you, those of you that are here, so that we can recognize you? Great. Thank you. I know some are behind the door. So I think I will start by a story which has nothing to do with sustainable development, but has everything to do with how leaders need to adapt. And it's my story of my first trip to Jamaica, about 10 years ago. So now is my, oh, it's too... It's too in your face. It's much in your face. It's what, sorry? It's too much in your face. Oh, too much in your face. Oh, you're so clever. Thank you. I always need angels in my life. Thank you for being one. Yeah, man, you're most welcome. And so my story, coming back to my story in Jamaica, my first trip, okay, so I'm very excited, never been to the Caribbean, in fact. And what happened is that Air Canada flight lost my luggage. So I arrived here, and it is, I forgot which day we were doing it, but let's see if it was no, it was a Sunday. Now I remember, it was a Sunday. And you'll see why I remember it was a Sunday. So I arrive, and no suitcase, no suitcase, no suitcase. And I wait until the end, and I realize that I am stuck with what I'm wearing, and I am a keynote speaker at 9 o'clock the day after, and it is for CCJ. Strangely enough, that I'm here back about 10 years later, and you will see the connections with this Congress. And so I think, my God, what will I do? So, of course, Jamaica being what Jamaica is, someone, Pat, I think it was you, Pat Bedard, that was here and working for Colleges and Institutes Canada, said to me, no worries, I know someone who knows someone who knows someone, and they will open a store for you. I said, what? They will open a store for me. So, sure enough, they opened a store, and I found 2 dresses, and the driver that was helping me, which I didn't know at the time, was also someone in fashion. And whenever I would go out of the little cubicle, he would comment, and I thought, this is funny for a driver to make comment on. But I thought, okay, I guess it's an opinion. And it was good opinion also. So, long story short, bought 2 dresses, but no shoes. No shoes, except my running shoes. So it meant, and I also didn't have toiletry, because everything was in my suitcase. So what happened is that I asked, what about toiletry? And they said to me, oh, it only opens at 9:30 tomorrow morning. But I said, my talk is at 9. So I had to go without toiletry. And here I go to present my keynote with this beautiful peacock. How do you say with little dots? Polka dot gray dress, which I still wear, and in running shoes. So of course, when I gave my presentation, I kept talking about how leaders need to adapt. So someone came at the end of my presentation and said to me, you know what? You should always lose your suitcase because you were so funny. Anyhow, the lesson learned from Jamaica, thank you, Jamaica. Now when I travel, no matter how long, no matter where in the world, I always have a dress and shoes with me. So I have my toiletry bag. So lesson learned, thank you, Jamaica. So going back to our topic. So as you know, and like our chair did, I will refer to PTET as TVET because we are in Jamaica. So TVET matters, TVET change lives, TVET transforms communities, but TVET can do even more for the world, and TVET can do more for a sustainable world. So leadership is at the heart, so I guess it's time to change it. Yes. So leadership is at the heart of who we are, of what we do, and of how we do things and make them better for a sustainable world. So this means that if we exercise more leadership in a more sustainable TVET, we will have a better world for the 7 next generations. As Indigenous people of my country often refer to, that what you do today or what we do collectively or what we do not do will have an impact on the children of your children, 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 of your children. Yes, 7 generations. Imagine how inspiring it is to take action. Imagine how motivating it is to take action. Leadership and sustainability are 2 of my favorite topics, and they have been for many decades. So today, I will talk about why sustainable leadership matters, where we can exercise sustainable leadership, and how we can exercise sustainable leadership using 3 important dimensions of leadership: your brand, your influence, your legacy. So I will start my talk by referring to one poem written 90 years ago by a Brazilian poet and scholar, Mário Andrade. As I share this poem, I invite you to reflect on what it means for each of you coming from different parts of the world. And it's called My Soul as a Hat by Mário de Andrade. I counted my years, realized that I have less time to live by than I have lived so far. I feel like a child who won a pack of candies. At first, he ate them with pleasure. But when he realized that there was little left, he began to taste them intensely. I have no time for endless meetings where the statutes, rules, procedures, and internal regulations will be discussed, knowing that nothing will be done. I no longer have the patience to stand absurd people who, despite their chronological age, have not grown up. My time is too short. I want the essence. My spirit is in a hurry. I do not have much candy in the package anymore. I want to live next to humans, very realistic people, people who know how to laugh at their mistakes, people who are not inflated by their own triumphs, people who take responsibility for their actions. In this way, human dignity is defended, and we live in truth and honesty. It is the essentials that make life useful. I want to surround myself with people who know how to touch the hearts of those whom hard strokes of life have learned to grow with sweet touches of the soul. Yes, I am in a hurry. We have 2 lives. The second begins when you realize you only have one. So, beautiful poem, as you can appreciate. I have known this poem for years, and the last time I used this poem was about 3 years ago at a retreat with my senior management team in the middle of the pandemic. Why? Why did I do that? Because we were contemplating what we would do as a team and what we would do as an organization for the next few years as we were turning 50 years old. And because we knew that the world, like we had known it pre-pandemic, was not to come back the same. Because the self-assessment report of Canada on its action toward the Sustainable Development Goals was so bad in so many sectors, I felt compelled to take action because Luckily, we had over 700 campuses across the country, and I felt we could do our share with the institutions that were in those campuses. So the reasons why I wanted to start with this poem is that, as you heard, this poem talks about the importance of living, but living with a purpose, living with passion, living in a sustainable way for generations to come. Today I was asked to talk to you about sustainable leadership, and I will do it from 3 perspectives. Yourself as leader, as individual leader, yourself as senior administrator or as faculty of your organization, and yourself as citizen of the world. So what I thought I would do, I will use some examples of my own journey towards sustainable leadership. Not to brag, but to illustrate my points, to hopefully inspire you to take action and be a sustainable leader. I know that many of you are already doing a lot. My own journey is not completed. I'm still working on that. I still have much to accomplish. And part of my calling is to amplify the sustainability movement. So first, I should confess, and it's so hard to see in my back. Normally, we have a little gizmo here. So first, I should confess that I'm a biologist. So everything about sustainability has always been close to my heart. I studied in what we used to call ecology, defined as the study of organisms and how they interact with the environment around them. At the time, we often referred to it as the ecosystem, which is a word that we hear a lot now, without being in biology. I have to say that for me, the ecosystem in which I live is crucial to both my personal and professional life. Of course, when I say ecosystem, I do not mean only the land, but also its people, its organization, and where I fit as a leader. My ancestor came from France 400 years ago. He was one of the first one. And he came to Canada with a wife and 2 children, which was rare at the time, 400 years ago. And I come from one of those 2 children that became a coureur des bois, or someone that is going to see what's happening further in the forest so that he can help those that want to go into the forest. That's a very simplified way to explain what's a coureur des bois. But he was also an interpreter between the Europeans and the indigenous people. So I have no doubt that to survive, they needed to know their ecosystem. And they needed to respect it. And they needed to learn from indigenous people. So maybe sustainability is just in my genes. So I am a person that needs to know and to understand what my ecosystem is. I need to explore my role in this ecosystem. I need to know how I adapt to the ecosystem. And I need to know what kind of influence I can have in the ecosystem. At the end of the day, for all of us, our leadership, our life, is all about the relationships we have with the organizations and the people within the ecosystem. So, as I have progressed in my own journey, I realized that my city, my province, my country were part of something bigger. And I needed to know what was happening at the global scale. I also realized that I wanted to know more and more and more. Maybe this explains why I have those 3 different degrees. I saw some faces in the room. They thought, well, science and then humanities and then education. What's going on with this woman? What's her problem? And now I do the same in my role as board of directors. I like to look at different fields, different sectors. And I really think that all of us, we need to think in broader terms. We need to think more holistically. And we need to think about things as an ecosystem. And we need to think sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about adaptation. And it is the same for leaders. Sustainable leaders or adaptable leaders. And when we talk about sustainability, we say it is an investment in the future, in a better future. Sustainable leaders are better for themselves, they're better for their family, they're better for their organization, they're better for their country, and they're better for the planet, for today and tomorrow. So for the future. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about transformation. It is the same for leadership, as it recognizes leadership as a process of influence to combine efforts towards change and transformation. Now, let's explore how we can, all of us, be a sustainable leader. So I chose to focus on 3 important perspectives: your brand, your influence, and your legacy. So for me, those 3 areas are at the heart of who we are and what we can be as human beings. So let's start with your brand. So for the past 10 years, this is very interesting because Ipsos has conducted an annual study of the most influential brands to see how they perform in their distinct categories to influence people of all ages. No matter the industry, no matter the customer or the audience, 7 key dimensions contribute to influence. So, and it goes, too early. And it goes from trustworthiness, engagement, being leading edge, corporate citizen, presence, empathy, and, of course, utility. According to them, those 7 dimensions are the levers to connect with consumers and build influence. It's the same for us as leaders. We live in an unpredictable age. We need to set apart to influence. We need to be able to influence if we want to make a difference. Like brands, to improve our position, we need to build partnerships and relationships. We need to build our reach. So, one way to do this is by embracing sustainability. And when I say sustainability, I do not mean the environment only, but I mean what we talk about when we talked about the 17 sustainable development goals. I always say SDGs plus. Why plus? Because currently the Sustainable Development Goals do not include indigenous reconciliation, which I think is key, does not include aging, which I think is key, especially as I'm getting older, and does not include either this sense of belonging, which is so important from a social perspective to prevent isolations or feel left out. So the Sustainable Development Goals, I'll use these expressions for brevity, are important, and if achieved, will make the world a better place for everyone by 2030. In the private sector, they talk also about the Sustainable Development Goals, but they say ESG, which is exactly the same. And E is for environment, S is for social, and J is for governance. Basically the same thing. So ensuring inclusiveness, and the minister talked about it earlier, is important because we need to ensure equality for every person, everywhere. If you were with us in Montreal last year, you saw that at the Congress, we talked a lot about the Sustainable Development Goals and about sustainability. So sustainable leadership drives solutions for the challenges in the world, meaning the environment, the society, the economy, and the human. So personally, I've always been interested both at work and in my volunteer work. Now, as a leader for you, what are the questions you can ask yourself? As an individual, do you know the SDGs? Where are you at with the SDGs? Are you committed to the SDGs? It doesn't mean you need to focus or be committed to the 17th of them. But did you identify those that were the most material, the most important for you? And what are you doing with respect to the SDGs in your organization? Are you doing something in the community about the SDGs? What do you yourself stand for? And in your declaration of being, if you ever have done one, are you referring to sustainability? How do you show up in the world? Is your engagement visible? Of course, I mention it, it's not realistic to think about the 17. But you need to look at which one are important for you. So I think I have them here. No, it's not there again. So I will. Let's take a deep breath. So myself, I focus on equity, diversity, inclusion, indigenous reconciliation, gender equality, especially women's issues that are close to my heart, good health and well-being, quality education, reducing inequalities, and of course, climate action. So you remember I told you I will talk to you about 3 perspectives earlier, the brand, the influence, and your legacy. So let's hear about those. So the first sphere I will talk about is branding. And I will give you example as an individual, as someone that was in an organization. I will give you examples also about as someone that doesn't have an organization anymore, just to give you hope, because some of you may be on the verge of leaving your own post to do your third act, as I always say. So as an individual, so as I said, I'm just giving you examples to inspire you of what are the different things you can do. And the reason I do that is because often people think, oh, I'm alone. I'm just one person climate change, biodiversity, all that stuff. It's too big for me. I'm just one. No, that's why I have used personal examples, and they are examples you could do as well. Okay? And I'm sure you do even more than those examples that I will give. So first, I have an electric car. I really like it, by the way. As an individual, I read articles, books, I watch webinars. I continue to learn about the SDGs. Every day I learn something new about them. You heard in the presentation, I didn't know it would be mentioned, but I have done certifications for boards that are linked to the ESGs or SDGs, and also on climate change and biodiversity. And I just finished a couple of months ago a certificate on emotional intelligence, because I told you that the social aspect of the SDGs is important also. So it's helping me not only in my coaching practice, but to better understand the world around me. I give to those causes, and I eat well. I tried as much, even if I cheat sometimes. And I do exercise every single day. As a member of an organization, I'll share with you what we did when I was at Colleges and Institutes Canada. So we signed the Indigenous Education Protocol. We signed the SDG Accord. We signed the 50-30 Challenge. So if you don't know what is the 50-30 Challenge, it's to ensure that on boards and on your senior management team, you have at least half of women and 30% of diversity that is there. So I made sure that the SDGs were part of our strategic plan. And in whatever we published, we highlighted which SDG it was linking to. And I'm pleased to say that we won an award. And so I was very pleased about that. And it was thanks to the work of my team. Now, you must think, well, and what do you do now as the CEO of a startup? So I cannot not do it, not do something. So I'll share with you the few things I've started to do. And as I said, I'm not completed. So my business cards are in Braille. In my consulting business, I choose to favor that type of work linked to sustainability as much as I can. And I do some paid coaching, but also pro bono coaching for those that cannot afford. Now, as a member of my community, I'm on boards. I won't mention all of them. And I make sure that on my boards that I sit on, we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm not always successful in the first meetings, I'll confess. So I have to bring it back, and after a while, I think they're tired of me saying it over and over, and they think, okay, maybe let's look into this. And because it's not always easy. And I talk about the Sustainable Development Goals whenever I can. So the second sphere that I want to talk about is influence. So influence is how you will use your passion, your credibility, and your values to advance a cause and catalyze change. It is about influencing to create an impact. And influence, as you know, is characterized by having networks and using your networks to influence change. So influence is about mobilizing the ecosystem. You remember I talked to you about the ecosystem? It's coming back. And when you talk about sustainable development, it's even more crucial to ensure that as many as possible play a role to amplify the impact. So let me give you some examples, again, using the same structure because, when you have studied in science, you're very Cartesian, so you use the same structure and you color it. So as an individual, what do? I ask questions to speakers when I sit at conference and they haven't talked about sustainability. And I make sure that the panel I sit on are not only male, because this happens often. And for me, it is an issue. And I make sure that as much as possible, we also have racialized representation to provide a broader perspectives to issues. And for the boards I sit on, I insist again that we talk about the SDGs and we do something about it. Now, as a member of my organizations, what did I do? I guided my organizations to embrace the SDGs. We had good representations of equity groups, but not enough at management level. But we were working on this. We supported all our members across the country with communities of practice and learning opportunities. We ensured our own board of directors was educated on the SDGs. We did the same at management level. We did the same with all the staff. And we applied for funding to support our members in embracing the Sustainable Development Goals. And we got funding from our government. We ensured that our own staff was very familiar with the SDGs, and we mobilized other post-secondary institutions to join the SDG movement. Now, as the CEO of a startup, what do? So, I include the SDG or the ESGs in my discussions with my clients, whether in my coaching practice or in my consulting practice. And I provide advice on those topics. As a member of my community, I ensure that the boards I sit on talk about the SDGs and that we have a policy, a plan to measure results, and that we include the SDGs, not the 17, but the ones that are material to us in our strategic plans, that we talk about it at our retreats and in our committees. And I'll just share something that happened the other day. I am on a board, I won't mention which one, and at the end of the day, because people were voting, the SDGs didn't make it. And we had to say what we were in favor of. So I got up and I said, I'm not in favor of any of them because I do not see the SDGs. At the end, they were there now. I'm really happy, but I had to go back over and over and over. So the third one, legacy. A legacy, you all know, you have all heard that word. And often people do not realize that legacy, it can be left by an individual. You don't need to be a very important person to leave a legacy behind. All of us can leave a legacy. And a legacy is what you want to be recognized for. It is the hyphen or the dash in between the date you were born and the day you die on your tombstone. It is what you choose to leave behind. It's how you choose to live your life. It is about being purposeful in how we live our lives. In fact, there's a great poem by Linda Ellis. Some of you may know it. It's called The Dash. And there's even a book called Live Your Dash. Isn't it beautiful? Live Your Dash. I highly recommend it. Your legacy is the difference you want to make during that dash period, meaning between the moment you were born to the moment you die. So this means what you do today, what you do this week, what you do this month, what you do this year, and what you do in your life. As an individual, you will want example. So I covered that one already. So I think one was in the wrong place. So your legacy, here I am. So as an individual, I created an endowment, you heard it, to give an annual bursary for college students who did not, who have parents who didn't go to post-secondary. Why did I do that? Because my own parents didn't go to post-secondary. My dad had a grade 5 elementary, and my mom a grade 7 elementary. And so for me, I know what it is, and I want to make sure that we will give the chance to someone whose parents didn't go to post-secondary to change the cycle. My legacy is to put more humanity in the world. Some people will say, hey, 2 days ago she told us it was to put more humanity in the workplace. I had to change it because I'm not in a workplace anymore. So that's why it became in the world. We had 2 days of leadership institute earlier. That's why before the Congress started. And I am part of several women's groups where we continue to discuss and to advance women issues. We even have a group that is called the Feminist Fridays. It's really fun. We meet once every 6 weeks. We always have a woman speaker, and we hear about issues about women and what can we do as a little group about it. So my way of giving back is to do volunteer work, both at the international, national, or local level. I make sure that the values I believe in are present on those boards, whether we talked about inclusion, sustainability, indigenous reconciliations, or excellence, just to name a few. As a member of an organization, I make sure when I was at College Institutes Canada that we share the learnings about the SDGs. My team developed an open resource book that, I should say my former team, they're still in my heart, that's why it's hard to say my team. So my former team. And this open book is available on the website of Colleges and Institutes Canada. And it provides great examples of what post-secondary institutions can do in their own place. We even participated, and this was pretty cool, in a self-assessment of how are we doing with respect to the ESG or SDG. And it was a self-assessment tool for associations. It didn't exist before. There were things that existed for the private sector, for companies, but nothing for associations. So we participated in the creations of that one. And we we came out with a gold. I'm saying it not because I'm happy, because in fact there is platinum. So we didn't make it to platinum. And so my team thought it was really funny because I kept saying, no. Yeah, we know, Denise, you want platinum. We know you want platinum, but we were at gold. So means still things to improve. We became the first adopter and first mover of that tool in the nonprofit sector, and we created a number of communities of practice. Now, as the CEO of a startup, what do? I'm still in reflection, in fact, about what will be my legacy as a startup. So far, what I've done has been to support women that are struggling through my coaching practice and focusing on governance in my consulting practice as well. And as a member of communities, I give dollars to causes that are linked to the SDGs. And I have joined recently an international hub. If you're interested, just let me know, to develop, integrate, communicate, identify, and understand the inner skills needed for sustainable development. And the reason for that is because people are thinking that why is it going so badly in the world? And it's because that's the hypothesis. We do not teach about the inner development goals. So there's a group of people from all over the world that have started to look at what are those goals. So what happened, they identified a number of them, and if you want more information, you have the website here, and there were about 2,000 people that participated in that. But then it dawned on them, are they mainly North American and Europeans? So now they will be consulting for the next year, so until literally next, I think it's next April or next May, to consult all over the world to make sure that as many people as possible can participate in that. And because I'm talking to educators, it means that some of those skills could be included, in fact, in the curriculum that you have. Whether you teach business, whether you teach constructions, whether you teach engineering or nursing. And for me, this is very exciting. I really think this is about the future. So now those are the 5 categories that they have identified. And here you can see, oh, you want to, okay. So I'll give you time to take a picture to look at them. And then they are more developed in this new slide where you can see the details that there are. So now, what does it mean for all of you? So, branding, what can you do? Identify which of the SDGs, as I mentioned earlier, that you want to focus on. Make sure that the SDGs are part of your DNA. Take care of yourself, both physically, mentally, and spiritually. Learn something new and manage your own personal growth and leadership development. Read about the SDGs that is the most appealing and make it your brand so that you will be known for that. Influence, get involved in a board and influence the board to embrace at least one of the SDGs. I want to share something that happened not long ago. And finally, for legacy, identify what your legacy will be, and then go for it with all of your heart, your guts, and all of your brains. Why is sustainable leadership important? As Gandhi said one day, be the difference you want to see in the world. And I want to share something that happened at a conference in Oxford, England, a few months ago at an annual event. They asked several participants that were at that conference, what keeps you going when things are tough? And I want to share one of the things that was said. Because for me, I thought, wow, this is so inspiring. So, I will read. I'm partial to this offering from a Jordanian microbiologist, you understand biology, whose name is Rana Dajan, who studies the impact of trauma on people's DNA. She said, Islam tells me it doesn't matter what happens in the end. What matters is what you do now. And so I start thinking, that's the person talking, I start thinking, what can I do now? And what gives me a purpose? And because I have a purpose, I get into action. And because I'm getting into action, it gives me hope. And then she added, there's a saying, if you can imagine it, then it can happen. And so I do that. And the other thing is I reach out to people. Nobody can solve anything alone. It's all about collective humanity. Now, let me finish my talk with a beautiful poem. As you can see, I love poetry. This one is from Donna Markova. She's a woman and a researcher in cognitive neuroscience. She's from the United States. I often go to this poem. I also used this poem as I retired from my role about 9 months ago, after 10 years and a half at the helm of Colleges Institutes Canada. So I will read the poem. I will not die an unlived life. I will not live in fear of falling or catching fire. I choose to inhabit my days, to allow my living to open me, to make me less afraid, more accessible, to loosen my heart until it becomes a wing, a torch, a promise. I choose to risk my significance, to live so that which came to me as seed goes to the next as blossom, and that which came to me as blossom goes on as fruit. Thank you, miigwech, merci, obrigada, muchas gracias, shukran, je ne sais plus en quelle langue le dire, merci. So I just want to finish my story of Jamaica. You remember my story at the beginning that I told you? Yesterday at our Leadership Institute, there's a woman that was a participant, and she may be in the room. I don't see her right now, but she may be in the room. And she said, I think I know you. And then she looked at me, the woman with the Snickers. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mrs. Harriet, Mrs. Amiot. She left us with a lasting legacy. Make your dash. Repeat after me. Make your dash. We have been regaled by the spheres of sustainable leadership. We must drive our brand, our influence, and what? Our? I can't hear you. You don't believe it. Let me hear you one more time. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for Ms. Amiot. And I'm going to be inviting at this time Dr. Edwards Watson. She is principal of Trenchtown Polytechnic College and chairman of the planning committee, to make a presentation to Mrs. Amiot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Distinguished guests of the World Colleges and Polytechnic, World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics. Distinguished guests of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. Put your hands together and help me say thank you to our living laboratory of leadership, Miss Amiot. What a wonderful feast we had this morning. We've had for the last 2 days of leadership in motion. So let me, on behalf of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica and my committee, may I see the committee members, say thank you to you for a wonderful academic feast in leadership. May God continue to bless you.
As we embrace this year's theme for World Congress 2024, Empower, Equip, Excel, it is important to reflect on the pivotal role of technical and vocational education and training, and it plays in empowering individuals, equipping them with skills for success, and driving excellence in a rapidly changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to turn your attention to a special video presentation titled Journey to TVET. Please enjoy the presentation.
Pulse of the Caribbean meets the cutting edge of technical and vocational education and training. TVET, an island with beautiful attractions, just footsteps away from the classroom. Welcome to Jamaica, home of less than 3 million people who carry the strength and resilience of our ancestors centuries before us. A diverse population who lives by our motto, out of many, one people. We're thrilled to have you for the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, World Congress 2024, a global convergence where education meets innovation. Guided by our theme, Empower, Equip, Excel.
I am Donna Powell-Wilson, Executive Director at the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica, the nation's premier quality assuring body in post-secondary education, specifically for the community college sector. The Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica is a statutory agency under the Ministry of Education and Youth. At present, we have 10 affiliate colleges, 5 community, 3 multidisciplinary, and 2 polytechnic. These institutions offer programs at the certificate, diploma, associate, and bachelor levels, as well as several continuing education courses. We are excited to showcase our TVET journey across the 10 member institutions and our partner, Heart and Estate Trust. Now that you are all caught up, let us take you along our TVET journey.
At Brownstown Community College, we are committed to advancing TVET and preparing students for the demands of growing industries in Jamaica.
Our construction site management program is designed to provide hands-on practical training so students have the skills needed to excel. With major developments happening across Jamaica and especially in St. Anne, there's no better time to join the field of construction site management.
This program has given me the confidence and knowledge to step into the real-world construction management role. This work experience component is invaluable. I'm learning directly on site, preparing me for the industry standards.
Brownstown Community College, creating opportunities, connecting communities, shaping the future of construction, one student at a time.
Together, we're building a skilled workforce ready to take on tomorrow's challenges. Now, let's go further.
At Bethlehem Moravian College, we're revolutionizing business education with our innovative Business Administration program. This program is a gateway to entrepreneurship and empowering students to transform their ideas into successful ventures. We are charting a path to innovation in business. Now, let's go further.
Welcome to the Montego Bay Community College, where culinary excellence meets innovative education. Our culinary arts program is crafted to meet the highest industry standards and deliver unparalleled training to aspiring chefs and hospitality professionals. Here, we blend top-of-the-line curriculum with hands-on experience, from mastering classical techniques to exploring contemporary trends. Our program covers every facet of the culinary spectrum, ensuring that our students are not just prepared, but excel in the fast-paced world of culinary arts. At Montego Bay Community College, we are not just learning to be chefs, we are cultivated to be future culinary leaders who will set new standards in the global hospitality industry. Now, let's go further.
the CCCJ, we are committed to holistic development and giving back to our communities. Our institutions are making a real impact, driving positive change and enhancing community well-being. Now you are a part of our journey. Thank you for coming along with us.
Test 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Congratulations, Dr. Paul Wilson and the team at CCCJ. I know you all work night and day to make this happen. Another round of applause. Very, very proud to see our colleges on the world stage. Before we go into the special presentation of awards, I am now pleased to invite Renicia Bernard from the Montego Bay Community College, the talented rising star contestant who will bring the house down. Renicia, make some noise! Montego Bay, make some noise!
Hello, good morning. So my name is Renicia Bernard. I'm a top 3 finalist in the Digicel Rising Star competition. Yes. And I'm here today to do an item for you guys. I keep fighting voices in my mind that say I'm not enough. Every single lie that tells me I will never measure up. Am I more than just the sum of every high and every low? Remind me once again just who I am, because I need to know. Ooh, oh, and you say I'm loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I am strong when I think I am weak. And you say I am held when I am falling short. And when I don't belong, oh, you say I'm yours. And I believed, oh, I believed what you said of me. I believed. The only thing that matters now is everything you think of me. In you I find my worth, in you I find my identity. Ooh, oh, and you say I'm loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I am strong when I think I am weak. And you say I'm held when I am falling short. And when I don't belong, oh, you say I am yours. And I believe, oh, I believe what you said of me. I believe. You have every every failure, God. You have every victory. In you I find my worth, in you I find my identity. Ooh, oh, and you say I'm loved when I can't feel a thing. And you say I am strong when I think I am weak. And you say I'm held when I am falling short. And when I don't belong, oh, you say I'm yours. And I believed, oh, I believed what you said of me. I believed, oh, I believed, oh, I believed what you said of me. I believed, oh, I believe what you said of me. Oh, I believe.
Another round of applause for Renicia. Howard, do you have a problem with Mobile talent? We can import it to Mobile if we want, you know. This is a type of hot blazing talent we produce at the Mobile College. We have now come, I don't want to hold up the program because of Howard Isaacs from the Monique College, you know. But we have now come to a very special segment of the program where we celebrate and honor the achievement of those who have made significant contributions to the community college community. We begin with the presentations of the CCCJ awardees, and I'm going to be inviting, based upon the program here, Mrs. Chevenise Campbell-Brown to lead off the presentation of those awards. Please make her welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on the protocols already established, and I'm truly honored to announce the names of the 2024 CCCJ awardees. These awards will be presented by the principals of the respective institutions. Now, our first category is the award for instructional leadership. We'll start with. In second place, we extend congratulations to Evora Mays Thompson from Knox Community College. This award will be presented by Dr. Rabjeet. A round of applause, please. That's my institution. And in first place, we celebrate Natalie Staines-Gordon from Monique Community College. This presentation will be made by Mr. Isaacs. I'm being corrected. The Monique College, Community College. No, leave out the community. Okay, the Monique College. Thank you, Mr. Isaacs. All right. The second category is the award for excellence in service for support staff. Yes. And help me applaud in third place, Del Rosa White from Brownstown Community College. This award will be presented by Ms. Horton. Applaud Del Rosa, please. And in second place, we congratulate Latoya Blackburn from Knox Community College. And it would be really nice to have some background music, right? Yes, it would be. And help me celebrate our first place winner, Sophia Hutchinson from Trenchtown Polytechnic College. This award will be presented by Dr. Edwards Watson. All right. Now, the third category is the award for excellence in service for administrative staff. Thank you so much. Now, in third place, please help me applaud Mr. Jason Bell from Knox Community College. You feel the difference already, right? Yes. And in second place, we congratulate Cadian Darby from Portmore Community College. This award will be presented by Mrs. Higgins Hickley. Now let us celebrate our first place winner, who is Chantel McLeish Kamock from Brownstown Community College. The fourth category is the Student Award for Academic Excellence. And of course, we're going to applaud much louder for our students. They are the reason why we're here today. So, in third place, help me celebrate Christopher Mackenzie Smith from Trenchtown Polytechnic College. In second place, we congratulate Gabrielle Elizabeth Salmon from Montego Bay Community College. This award will be presented by Mr. Henry. Our Master of Ceremonies. And in first place, we need a bigger round of applause for Dominique Howard from Brownstown Community College. final category is the award for student leadership. In second place, we congratulate Tavon Bryan from Brownstown Community College. And in first place, we celebrate Javion Sardine from Trenchtown Polytechnic College. Now, our final awardee in this segment is the recipient of the Ermin Loudon Scholarship. This presentation will be made by Ms. Sarah Lee Williams, who is representing Professor Loudon. Please make her welcome. And our special awardee is Ms. Shade Stewart from Excelsior Community College. Congratulations to all awardees and thank you, principals.
You can cue down the music for me, please. Thank you. For the presentation of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, I now invite Mrs. Dawn Ward for the presentations.
Colleagues, I'm just going to say congratulations to all of those award winners so far, and I'm delighted that we're now going to move on to the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics Awards. I'm going to hand over to Dawn Wood, confusing, there's two Dawns and both Dawn W, who's actually going to announce the award categories and winners. So thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn. These are the WFCP Awards of Excellence. We nominate many for these awards to honor and support higher standards in applied education institutions and offer the opportunity to showcase and foster best practices in our sector. We have many categories to announce, and I will start first with the Applied Research and Innovation category. These awards will be presented by Dawn Ward. The first bronze award was actually a tie. We will award these to Hudson Valley Community College and Lambton College. In the same category, Applied Research and Innovation, the Silver Award goes to Niagara College. Finally, in the category of Applied Research and Innovation, we award the Gold Award to Rizhao Polytechnic. Yep, I believe they're not attending, so we congratulate them in their stead. Okay, in the next category, we have the award category of Brand TVET. The Bronze Award in this category goes to Jinhua Polytechnic. Also not present, I believe, at this moment, so we'll move to the Silver Award in the category of Brand TVET, which goes to Nayeri National Polytechnic. Okay, I think we go to the Gold Award. Oh, we do have someone, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, the Silver Award is for Nayeri National Polytechnic. All right, fantastic. The next award is our Gold Award then in the category of Brand TVET to Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. Wonderful. What a great group. Okay, the next category for our awards is construction. For this category, we'll start with the Silver Award, which is awarded to Burton and South Derbyshire College. Wonderful. So in the same category of construction, we award the Gold Award to Hudson Valley Community College. Our next category of awards is Cyber and Data Security. Again, we'll start with the Silver Award. The Silver Award is awarded to Hudson Valley Community College. And in the same category of cyber and data security, we award the Gold Award to IES Xavier Zubiri Manteo BHI. Wonderful. Our next category of award is Global Citizenship. In this category, the first award is a Bronze Award and is awarded to Duoc UC. In the category of Global Citizenship again, the Silver Award is awarded to Burton and South Derbyshire College. Finally, in the Global Citizenship category, we also have a Gold Award winner. The Gold Award for Global Citizenship is CONIF. Congratulations. The next category for the WFCP Awards is in the category of Indigenous Education. The Bronze Award for this category goes to Assiniboine Community College. In the category then of Indigenous Education, the next award is our Silver Award, which is awarded to Cambrian College of Applied Arts and Technology. The final award and the gold award in this category of Indigenous education is awarded to Rift Valley National Polytechnic. Wonderful. The next category for our awards is Leadership in Diversity and Inclusion. For this award, the Silver Award is Glory Matungi, Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. Congratulations, Glory. In the same category, Leadership in Diversity and Inclusion, the Gold Award is awarded to Raylene Stockton of Chisholm Institute. Okay, we're on then to a very exciting category called Lifetime Achievement Award. We have 3 awards in this category. The first is the Bronze Award, which is awarded to Jefferson Manhas de Acevedo of Conniff. He is not attending, but there is a representative from Conniff who will be accepting the award on his behalf. Thank you. Congratulations. The Silver Award for Lifetime Achievement is for Donna Powell-Wilson of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. Congratulations, Donna. And in this category of Lifetime Achievement, the Gold Award is awarded to Bev Williams of the Kangan Institute. Congratulations to our Lifetime Achievement awardees. Our next category is Outstanding Educator. In this category, the Bronze Award is awarded to Ryan Halford of Burton and South Derbyshire College. And the Silver Award in the category of Outstanding Educator is awarded to Chongxia Shu of Rizhao Polytechnic, who is not attending this conference. Is there someone accepting on his behalf? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Okay, we'll get it to him. Finally, in the category of Outstanding Educator, our Gold Award is awarded to David Mena Mwangi of Nyeri National Polytechnic. Congratulations. The next category is a special one because it is for our students. It is an award of Outstanding Student Achievement. The Bronze Award for this category of Outstanding Student Achievement is awarded to Ladina Bana Shlare of Hudson Valley Community College. She is not here with us, but Jay Deichman of Hudson Community College will accept on her behalf. And the Silver Award in the category of Outstanding Student Achievement goes to Stanley Omandi of Nyeri National Polytechnic. The final award, the Gold Award in the Outstanding Student Achievement category, goes to Leela Subramaniam in Chisholm Institute. Wonderful. The next category is that of strategic leadership. In the category of strategic leadership, we have two awards. First, the Silver Award is awarded to Canadian Colleges for a Resilient Recovery. In the category of strategic leadership, the Gold Award is awarded to Hudson Valley Community College. Okay, our next category of awards is Sustainable Development Goals. In this category, we have one awardee who has been awarded the Gold Award. The award goes to the Instituto Federal do Rio de Janeiro. Okay, in the next category, we have Teacher Professional Development category. For this award, the Bronze Award goes to Kenya School of TVET. Next, in the category of Teacher Professional Development, the Silver Award is awarded to Instituto Federal do Rio de Janeiro. In the category of Teacher and Professional Development, the Gold Award is awarded to Burton and South Derbyshire College. In the final category of award, the award category is Tourism and Hospitality. The Silver Award is awarded to Hudson Valley Community College. Is there anyone else from Hudson Valley Community College? Jay would love some company on the stage. Congratulations. And finally, the Gold Award for Tourism and Hospitality is awarded to Duoc UC. Thank you, and congratulations to all of the awardees.
I have good news for you. We are nearing the end. But before we near the end, I'm going to invite Miss Karine Stewart. She will be doing the reading of the citation, followed by the presentation of awards to the retirees, and then we close out the day's proceedings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Citation for our retirees on behalf of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. We are reminded of the words of Mahatma Gandhi. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Our retirees served as cleaners, cooks, farmhands, lecturers, librarians, library assistants, and watchmen, all concerned about the physical, emotional, spiritual, and social well-being of their charges. As administrators par excellence, they motivated both colleagues and charges to thrive toward high ideals. In their diverse roles, not only did they inspire students to critical thinking and problem solving, but showed them by example how to live and work in harmony. The ladies and gentlemen whom we honor today have given many years of dedicated service to the community college fraternity. Today we honor them with tokens of love and affection. Today we hold them in high esteem. Today we commend them to He who created, blessed, and enabled them. The Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica salutes you for your service. Thank you.
All protocols observed, it's my pleasure to invite our retirees to receive their awards. Let's begin with the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. May I please invite the principal or a member of staff to help us present the awards. Our first retiree from CASE is Dwight Core. Next retiree is Mikey Crawford. Robert Logan. Maureen Wills Miller. O'Neill Smith, Claudette McLeod, she's coming. Donovan Rope, Jeffrey Van Custer, thank you, Principal. We move on now to the Excelsior Community College. May I please invite the principal or his or her representative to join us on stage for the presentation to their retirees. The retirees from Excelsior Community College are Carlene Wan, Lorna McCoy, to make the presentation? Lorna. May I invite someone from the college to help make the presentation, please? Who's the representative? Okay. Thank you so much. So that's Karen. Thank you so much. Lorna McCoy. That was Lorna. Richard Simister. Richard. Congratulations, Mr. Simister. Next is Joseph Oladamiji, Excelsior Community College. Congratulations, sir. Donald Wright. Francis Ito. Christine Bennett, still Excelsior. And finally from Excelsior, Shirley Carey Gaynor. Is she here? We thank all of them for their service. Let's move on now to Knox Community College. May I invite the principal or a representative from Knox to help us make the presentation. The retiree from Knox is Naftol Onyawari. And now we move on to the Monique College. Thank you so much. We invite Principal Isaacs to join us on stage. And let's welcome the Monique College retirees. Leroy Harvey. I'm told I should say a middle name, Mr. Harvey. This is the home turf. This is my institution. Congratulations, sir. Derek Gale. Come true, Mr. Gale. Sandra Brown. Where's Sandra? Oh, beautiful. To round up the Monique College retirees, Andrea McLeod. Thank you, Mr. Isaacs, and congratulations to the Monique retirees. We move on now to the Montego Bay Community College. May I please invite the principal or a representative to help us make the presentation to your retiree, Joseph Antoinette Kerr. Congratulations, Mr. Kerr. And I was told to make sure I said Kerr. That's right. That's correct. We move on now. Thank you so much, Montego Bay. We move on to Portmore Community College. Please, may I invite the principal or a representative to join us and help us to congratulate their two retirees, Joseph Samuels. Sorry, Joel Samuels. Thank you. Come on. Still from PCC, Oswald Williams. Congratulations to them both. We move on now to Trenchtown Polytechnic College. May I invite the representative or the principal to join us on stage for your retiree. We thank the retiree from Trenchtown, Harold Hardy. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for a rousing round of applause for all our retirees. We thank them for their service to us.
Test 1, 2. As we draw this remarkable ceremony to a close, it is important to reflect on the spirit of this year's theme. What are they? Empower and you're going to get lunch. Today we have not only celebrated excellence, but have also reaffirmed our collective commitment to empowering future generations and also equipping them with the skills necessary to excel in this ever-changing world. To officially close this session, it is my honor to invite none other, you saw her on the television screen earlier, Dr. Donna Powell-Wilson, Executive Director of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica and awardee, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please make her feel welcomed.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. I do acknowledge that I am standing between you and lunch, and I will not detain you for very long. So, kindly allow me to extend a warm Jamaican thank you to all who have made the decision to enjoy the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnic Congress experience with us. The road to Congress 2024 was paved with challenges, but in true CCCJ style, we persevered and created opportunities to deliver a robust, diverse, and synergistic program exploring the world of TVET in the global tertiary sector. We are grateful to all our sponsors, but to our major sponsors, the Ministry of Education and Youth through the Jamaica Teaching Council, Heart NSTA Trust, ICENT, and Institute of Global Education and Training. We are extremely appreciative of your outpouring of support. Thank you to the Planning Committee, CCCJ staff, and the team at WFCP, who were integral in the conceptual phase of the Congress. In many ways, you went above and beyond what was expected and availed yourselves to overcome the myriad of speed bumps that arose in the various phases of planning. To our presenters, we welcome your insights and defer to your knowledge and experience in delivering an excellent program. To all in attendance, Congress 2024 could not have been possible without you. We hope you will have a fulfilling experience and feel free to fully express your thoughts, ask your questions, and network with each other, remembering that we are all here with the same mission, to empower ourselves with knowledge and to equip ourselves with skills and connections that will allow us to excel in TVET pedagogy and administration to serve our students globally. Please interact with our sponsors and our exhibitors as you go throughout Congress 2024. Thank you. So at this time, you may go for lunch. We'll come back at 2. It's a short lunch, so I'm going to ask you, we're behind, to see as much as possible that you come back in this room at 2 p.m. So lunch is about 45 minutes. 30 minutes. It's not 30? It's not 30? What time is it? 1:30? So we come back at 2:15. All right? We come back at 2:15. We have a presenter online, so we'll try to see how best we can facilitate him.
Okay. So, then give her this.
Yes.
Congratulations. We are proud of you. And if you didn't know, but we are proud of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can you hold on me? How are you? I think mature elementary is one of them where they go to, but I think there's let me just get it and get back to you please, because I don't want to get the wrong information. I'll take the thing, right?
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, man. Yeah, hear me. Because it's a register. One, two. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, man. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, man. All right. So you need to join. Otherwise, yeah, man. Just my need for open. So audio is going in. That much I can say.
is waiting to start his presentation. So I'm going to ask the moderator. Okay, the moderator is here. So please come inside. Let us not allow the presenter to think that we do not value his presentation. So let us fill the seats up. Calling those outside to come inside. We're about to begin. I'm still seeing persons outside. Calling persons outside to come inside. And please call your colleagues. Tell them we're about to begin. All right. So we are going to start. And again, welcome to the first session of Congress. We had our opening session, opening ceremony. So this is the first session where we start our presentations. So thank you for staying the course. And also we ask that you interact with the app. We have the iSent app, the very first time it is being used in Jamaica. Let me hear it for the CCCJ. Yes. iSent is here. So we do not have programs. We are seeing how we can be more sustainable. We did not print any programs, so the program is on the iSent app. So if you have not downloaded it to your phone, if you're having a challenge, please see the iSent booth on the outside. They'll be happy to assist you. You need the app because we're planning a trip. And to get on the trip, you need to register using the app. So please get the app so we can get your registration for the trip. All right. So I'm going to hand over to our moderator, Dawn Wood, who will take us through this session. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to our plenary session. My name is Dawn Wood. I am serving on the board of the WFCP and pleased to be the moderator of this session. We have a presenter, Mr. Emrah Osseltine, our World Bank Director for the Caribbean. Let me tell you a little bit about him from his bio. He is a Turkish and Canadian national with over 20 years of experience leading research, policy analysis, and program implementation in global development. He holds a doctorate in health economics from Harvard University and a master's in epidemiology. He is actually joining us online, so I'm not sure how the technology is going to work, but I'm hoping he will join and introduce himself. Let's all welcome him to the conference.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that introduction, and very nice to be here with all of you this afternoon. I would have much preferred to have been in beautiful Mobay in person, but unfortunately some other work commitments kept me here in Kingston. I do realize that this virtual format for this presentation is probably less than ideal. I would have loved to be able to see all of you and feel your energy, even if this is the first session after lunch. But I do hope that what follows will be a good example of the use of technology in digital skills and not a poor one. Let us see. I assume that everybody can both see me and hear me and see the presentation that is up. Let me first note that I am not the director of the World Bank for the Caribbean region. I am the program leader for human development, so I cover the health, social protection, and education sectors. And I also work on a number of cross-cutting areas such as youth and gender and jobs, particularly relevant for our discussions this afternoon. So the presentation I would like to make today is called The Opportunity and Challenge of Building Better TVET Systems. This is going to be very much from the perspective of low and middle income countries and from the perspective of the World Bank, where we focus on very much sort of a broad development perspective. So the issue of skills is very important to us at the World Bank in terms of achieving our 3 goals. And those 3 goals are the elimination of poverty, the reduction of inequality, and now, more recently, fighting climate change. Skills development is also at the center of these changes we're seeing now, both in education and in labor markets, amidst what we call sort of these global mega trends, and we'll talk about these a little bit. But despite this importance, skill gaps remain a critical constraint in low and middle income countries. If you talk to any Minister of Economy and Finance or CEO in this region, skills gaps or skills mismatches are going to be a critical concern and near the top of their agenda. And we do know that sort of the global economy and national economy stand to gain a lot by the reduction of these gaps. Yet despite this, very little, relatively speaking, is being invested in these areas. So just to take an example, most countries spend less than 0.5% of GDP on things like lifelong learning. For us at the World Bank, we support skills development through a number of mechanisms, including financing, policy advice, technical support, partnerships, and our portfolio that covers tertiary education as well as TVET globally is on the order of about $7 billion across about 50 countries. So let me start off by giving 3 examples from our experience in terms of the importance of TVET reforms, but that it is challenging to get them right. So the first one is the example of Bangladesh, which implemented significant TVET reforms between 2007 and 2019, including key things like strengthening links with the private sector, recruiting and training teachers, increasing financing conditional on reforms. And they found that these reforms, in fact, had a big impact. They succeeded in increasing student retention, completion, employment, and eventually income. Very similar reforms in El Salvador that were implemented between 2007 and 2012 expanded access through scholarships, invested in infrastructure and equipment, teacher recruitment and training, so forth. And they did, in fact, have positive effects on enrollment and some measures of learning, but at the end of the day did not increase employment or employability and did not increase earnings. And finally, the example of Mongolia, which had, again, very similar reforms between 2008 and 2013, including new competency-based curricula, teacher training, upgraded counseling, etc. And in fact, they started to have impacts similar to what we saw in Bangladesh, but a political change in the country rolled back a lot of the reforms, and much of these gains were lost. So I just want to start off with these experiences to show that it's important and timely to understand better what are the challenges of TVET systems, how we can address them, and what is feasible in different contexts, and how we can make TVET reforms stick. So let me put the cart before the horse and tell you the central message of this presentation. It is also because I'm getting messages from the organizers saying we're running late and I should cut the presentation relatively short, so in case we don't have time to get to it at the end. And that is essentially that in low and middle income countries, the link between TVET systems and labor markets is broken, which means that TVET is challenged to deliver on its potential to employment and productivity in support of sustainable economic transformation. There are three main symptoms to this broken link. The first one is TVET learners face multiple challenges. They tend to come from lower income families, they're challenged by social norms, and they're challenged by weaker foundational skills. And this is largely because many education systems track lower performing students into TVET, and because TVET does not currently, in many instances, focus on improving those skills. The second problem is of unsupported TVET teachers, who on one side tend to have, or often can have, limited pedagogical and skills and essential industry experience, and on the other hand, working conditions, remuneration, and motivation are often to be improved. And third, there's the issue of weak incentives and accountability of TVET providers to learners and enterprises. And cutting across all three challenges, we know that there are very little data. And when data are collected, they focus on inputs and maybe outputs, but very, very rarely on results. But to rise to the challenge and deliver on this promise of improving employability in low and middle income countries, fundamental transformations in TVET systems are needed. So here's the structure of the rest of this presentation. I'll start by discussing the promise of TVET very quickly in terms of contributing to employment and productivity in low and middle income countries. In the second part, I'll present the many challenges of current TVET systems in low and middle income countries. And finally, I'll briefly describe a way forward, what we call the 3 transformations and the 6 policy priorities. So what we see in low and middle income countries is a very large challenge in terms of employment and productivity. If we look at the graph on the bottom left, the employment challenge can be seen, for example, in the high rates of youth not in education, employment, or training, the NEETs. And on the right graphs, and the extreme version of the productivity challenge, we see in the high share of the working poor, particularly in low-income countries. We do employer surveys from all around the world, and they invariably tell us that inadequate skills or skills matches play a very significant role in constraining performance. And this is the highest, as we can see, in the region where we find ourselves today in Latin America and Caribbean, where more than half of employers cite skills as a key constraint. At the same time, megatrends such as technological change, automation, artificial intelligence, economic integration, demographic changes, including aging, migration, and climate change are disrupting the nature of work. And it's worth mentioning here high-skill migration because it's a particularly salient topic for this region. In CARICOM since 2000, immigration has increased 100%. And the countries of this region face a double whammy. They're saddled with colonial legacy education systems with very high-quality education for a minority and fairly substandard education for the rest. And on top of this, 90 to 95% of those who receive that high-quality education end up leaving the country. So all of these forces are putting a premium on more advanced skills, such as what we call higher-order cognitive skills or creativity, problem-solving, critical thinking, and socio-emotional skills that help individuals navigate personal and social situations effectively, such as adaptability, self-regulation, collaboration, and so forth. So the promise of TVET is that its unique focus on work-related skills gives it a critical role in enhancing employability and supporting a better alignment of skills, supply, and demand. And also in this particular area of rapid change, such as transition to low-carbon economy, the digital transformation, TVET can produce the necessary skills for these higher quality jobs and thus change individuals' or countries' trajectories. And third and finally, there's potential for TVET to support lifelong learning or upskilling and reskilling of workers and job seekers. But all of this will require significant investment and reform. So why is the promise of formal TVET in low and middle income countries largely going unfulfilled? Firstly, current TVET systems are relatively small compared to general education and to the magnitude of the employment and productivity challenges that we have presented earlier. And in this graph, you can see that the share of youth that are enrolled in any education is many times the share of youth who are enrolled in TVET. The demand for TVET systems is projected to increase. There's no question about it. In lower-income countries, it's expected to almost quadruple. In lower middle-income countries, we can see that it's rising by over 30%. And this is, of course, a big opportunity, but it's also a risk and a challenge in the sense that simply expanding TVET programs without fixing quality and relevance issues are not going to get us the development outcomes that we seek. So why? Well, because TVET remains, in many, many instances, a second-tier track compared to general education. So as we can see in this graph, TVET systems draw students from the lower socioeconomic background compared to equivalent general education, but at the same time exclude many of the poorest who are already likely to drop out before even reaching TVET. Now, importantly, TVET students in most regions lag behind their peers in general education in terms of foundational skills. And here you can see the differences between PISA mathematics performance of general and vocational 15-year-olds. And in most countries, general students, you can see, perform much better. The same picture emerges when we look at reading performance. And interestingly, the same is true for socio-emotional skills. And here we're looking at one called growth mindsets, or belief that one's intelligence is not fixed and can be improved with learning. And we see that in most countries, TVET students were more likely to demonstrate a fixed mindset, which can prevent them from pursuing and benefiting from learning opportunities. Another aspect of TVET that we all know well is that it can be male-dominated, and even in regions where women are more likely to be educated, to be in education. For example, this region in LAC, Latin America and the Caribbean. And finally, we've looked at the evidence of TVET around access, but what about returns to TVET in terms of employability and earnings? We alluded to some of this in the examples that were given at the onset, and the evidence that we've looked at from all available impact evaluations and observational studies in low and middle income countries is very mixed, with some results finding positive impacts, others finding no impact, others finding worse impacts relative to other types of education, or relative to cases where reforms have not taken place. So the challenge in front of us is how to improve the performance of formal TVET systems, along with the key performance dimensions of access, equity, quality, and relevance, so they can enhance employability and contribute to employment and productivity. And also, how do we rebrand TVET so there's no longer a secondary track, but a key primary option? So let's look at our proposed way forwards, and in terms of 3 transformations and 6 policy priorities. So currently, TVET systems in our client countries are striving for recognition, and they're perceived as second-tier tracks. They mostly focus on inputs, enrollment rates, teacher numbers, infrastructure, all of which are experiencing major challenges, by the way. And they frequently make decisions that are not based on data and evidence, because data and evidence are often not available or very limited in these systems. So what we propose, that in order to deliver on the promise of TVET, these systems need to experience 3 transformations, or the 3 E's. We call these excellence, end results, and evidence. But how would a low-income or a middle-income country achieve these 3 E's? We propose through 6 policy priorities. So we'll look at these 3 transformations and the 6 policy priorities that can move TVET systems in low and middle-income countries towards the right direction. And I'm going to go through these quite briefly in the next few slides, and at the end I'll point you to a report that goes into each one in detail, discusses the available evidence gaps where they exist. In the interest of time, we'll go through these relatively quickly. So the first E, striving for excellence, can be achieved by focusing on the who are the main clients of TVET, on the what skills are taught, and the how these skills are delivered. So this is the focus of the first three policy priorities. So the first one, the who, is about focusing on enterprises and learners as the main clients. To serve enterprises, TVET provision needs to become more demand-driven and more strategic. And to serve learners' needs, it needs to be more student-centered and also more equitable. Looking at the what, TVET systems need to foster a portfolio of skills with solid foundations and prioritizing foundational skills that we know are lacking in TVET students, and those that are relevant for the labor market, which in many contexts also include digital, green, and entrepreneurship skills. And finally, on the how, it's about three things. Flexible pathways, where TVET does not become a dead end. Work-based learning, which is critical for the acquisition of practical skills. And finally, quality inputs. Most importantly, teachers, but also curricula, infrastructure, and equipment. Moving to the second transformation, from a focus on inputs to a focus on end results. The first priority here is to get the balance right between TVET provider autonomy and accountability. And this can be done in two ways. First, by strengthening formal quality assurance, but doing it in a simplified and gradual manner, accounting for local capacity constraints, involving relevant stakeholders in the process. The second is about using governance, financing, and most importantly, information to help learners and employers essentially vote with their feet. And the fifth policy priority emphasizes the power of financing when it is realigned to reward performance and when investments are directed towards underfunded areas. There's much that we can say about purchasing and using financing towards results. In the interest of time, let me leave it there for the moment. And the last transformation. This is about bringing more light to TVET through the use of data and evidence. And the focus here is on filling key information gaps for several stakeholders so that they can make more informed decisions. All stakeholders in the TVET ecosystem will benefit enormously from more and better data collection, analysis, and its use. And we can use the experience of basic education in recent decades as both a guide and an inspiration in this regard. So I would like to conclude this presentation with some cross-cutting messages on how we ignite and sustain reform. I think to start, what we have to recognize is that there's no uniform recipe, and that the first step on the path to reform is to develop a shared vision that balances important trade-offs. It's also important to note that while systemic reform is possible, it takes time and sustained investment, so that we have to be realistic about the speed at which we're going to be achieving these transformations. And at the same time, I think we have to realize that there are many quick wins that can demonstrate the benefits of TVET reform and make it more politically attractive. So for example, many changes such as quality assurance or employer engagement can be strategic about their starting point. Prioritize key sectors with the highest potential value added, and then expand gradually as capacity improves and trust with stakeholders is built. Another way to achieve quicker wins is by strengthening market-based mechanisms. For example, providing information on returns to different programs for different learners can let employers vote with their feet while the system works on improving quality assurance. And the good news, I would say, is that the time for TVET reform is now, or that it is a great time for TVET reform, because we have a lot more lessons to draw from, both from high-income countries, but increasingly from lower and middle-income countries, those examples I gave, like Bangladesh, Mongolia, El Salvador. And we're also at an inflection point in the effect of the skills, and making technology to complement and leapfrog in a variety of ways. Finally, the three transformations to achieve better TVET are about reshaping TVET policy arena, which ultimately is about political economy and reform. But when successful, it can help TVET to overcome its current challenges and meet its promise. So I would like to thank you very much for your time, and I would note that this draws fairly heavily on a recent report by the World Bank, UNESCO, and ILO. It's called Building Better Formal TVET Systems principles and practice in low and middle income countries. I've shared this link with the organizers, so I hope you will have access to it. But if not, just Googling this title will lead you to the page where it is available for download with much more details and information on what I've presented here. So let me stop there and thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oseltine, for those wonderful insights to kick off the Congress here. We really appreciate your attendance, and thank you very much. One more round of applause for Dr. Oseltine.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Any questions? Dr. Olsman is not online, so we won't be able to respond to the questions. But if he's still online? Okay, so there's one question.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes. Thank you everyone for the presentation. In terms of getting more publicity and raising the bar in terms of how TVET is seen, most of, in the lower income and middle income countries, we would need to change the culture in which TVET education is seen. Any idea in terms of how we would go about that? Because we have to change the culture from inside. In terms of the educational system, because TVET is seen at a lower level than some other. So there are ways I mean in my head, but I'd just like to hear what you have to say. How did we change the culture to improve the image of TVET education? You got a question?
I did, yes. Thank you very much. Should I come in, or will you be collecting a few of those?
Come in. Oh, not me. Yes, the other questions.
Not seen any other comment or question?
So you could go ahead.
No, thank you very much for that very important question. And in many ways, I think it's the million-dollar question. And I think the response is going to be quite context-specific, but I think there are successful examples that we can look at and draw on. The Seychelles, where I worked previous to coming to the Caribbean region, is one where they had the top the education system and outcomes in all of Africa, and some of the earliest reforms, and that at one stage found themselves with important skills mismatches and gaps, with a big funneling of students towards degrees, tertiary degrees that were not matching the needs of the skills needs on the ground, and this perception that TVET was a second option, or where one went when other things didn't work out. So I think there was part of it was an information campaign and a communication campaign, but another important part of it was building the TVET tracks already from pre-secondary and secondary school, starting to introduce those concepts and making it a viable track for students to go in. Of course, all students should finish their secondary school and then decide what they do thereafter, but already those tracks started to be built in. I think Bangladesh is another good example, and I think in many, in the Caribbean, in many of these countries, we face very similar challenges, and a lot of this is about parents as well. Parents thinking about education, let's say, in a certain way, and trying to understand that the nature of work is changing, and the skills that are going to be needed tomorrow are not necessarily those degrees and skills that we think have the highest prestige today. So I would say communication, curricula, and really sort of bringing a systems approach to it are going to be critical in terms of the rebranding.
Thank you. Just to agree there, but the most important point will be for us, like here in the Caribbean, you see that communication in terms of how you sell the programs, the radio station, the television station, the newspaper, where they can see best practices and the contribution to development. If people see that, people will convince over time of the quality of TVET education. And it's actually where the world is going, more for skills than for qualification, but we need to sell the programs to ensure that research is being done, proper research, and then disseminated out to the wider community so they can see the importance of TVET.
Thank you very much for that, and I couldn't agree more. And I think the one thing I would add is the role of information and transparency there is critical. And due to time, I was only able to present a little bit on the evidence around TVET. So I said the evidence is mixed, but when you get deeper into it, the main finding, in fact, is that outcomes are hugely heterogeneous, not just across countries, but within countries in terms of which learners go in, so heterogeneous across the types of students that go in, heterogeneous across sectors and programs, and very heterogeneous around the around which schools that we're looking at. So improving quality, critical, and then communicating which sectors, which schools, which type of students go into which for the best outcomes is going to be a way of sort of, let's say, building that trust and improving the image of TVET in our countries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, Dr. Beckford, and for the responses, Dr. Olsen. All right, at this time, we'll go to our second plenary for this session, and I'll invite Mrs. Wallace-Thompson to introduce our speaker. Still calling those persons on the outside to come on the inside. We want to get on with our presentations. Mrs. Wallace-Thompson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I trust you had a great lunch. You're all full and you are ready for the second session. Right, Dr. Watson? Very well. And so for this session, we are going to be focusing on the first digital strategy. As mentioned by Dr. Watson, my name is Natalie Thompson, the principal at Nakalva Polytechnic College, and I'll be moderating this session. In this session, we'll explore how embracing digital transformation can enhance our initiatives, improve our engagement and innovation across our organizations. And so the presenter who will be sharing with us just now is Dr. Henry Gray. Please allow me to share a little bit about him. All right, so, should I move?
Yes, please. Step forward to the front. Thank you very much.
Great. So Dr. Henry Gray is an educator and electrical electronics engineer. He is currently the acting senior director of Information and Communications Technology Division at Hartrust NTA. He holds a PhD in educational leadership and technology from the University of Phoenix, Masters in Business Administration from the University of New Orleans, and Bachelor of Engineering degree and diploma in electrical engineering from the then College of Arts, Science, and Technology, now University of Technology, UTech. As acting senior director, He leads the integration of information and communications technology into the business and training operations of Heart Trust NSTA. Finally, he guided the implementation of flexible learning within the organization, lead curriculum, program development, and has guided the development of 4 special educational needs model for the hearing, visually, physically, and intellectually challenged learners. During this World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnic Congress, Dr. Gray will present on the digital first strategy of Heart Trust NSTA. Let us welcome Dr. Gray. By the way, we're asking that you pay keen attention to the presentation. You may just be in for some surprises.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know the protocols were already established, so I won't go through them this afternoon, this time. We have a very short time. Dr. Powell did say, I am to speak fast. Right? So I won't do much in terms of the intro, but suffice it to say that I am standing on the shoulders of many, many persons. I'm standing on the shoulders of my managing director, that vivacious, eloquent, and visionary leader, Dr. Ingleton. And of course, her 2 deputies, Dr. Sharon McLaughlin, she spoke earlier this morning, and Mr. William Oliver, he was here earlier, but he had to leave, the 2 deputy managing directors, and I'm sure other stalwarts in the organization. But I'm here just to share with you a few of the important strides this 43-year-old organization has been doing in Jamaica, the region, and the global environment. So, digital first. We are on a transformation path, and we have been doing a few transformative activities over the past many, many years. But in recent time, we are taking heart in a new digital dimension. And if you go to the next, okay, wonderful. So I will stay here. So what is digital first? It's about ensuring that we incorporate the persons, you and I, into our business processes and ensuring that the digital channels are used in a way that put you and I first, simply put. But there are 5 pillars on which this digital strategy has been established. Front office transformation, back office automation, cultural transformation, information and technology modernization, and digitization of TVET. Please pay attention. But we put the customers first, at the center. So, what is digital transformation? Digital transformation refers to the overall process of using digital technologies, creating or modifying the existing business processes, culture, customer experiences, to meet the changing needs of the market. And it really involves the integration of such technology. So what is digital first? It's really using appropriate channels. I will tell you more about Heart TV, because that is one of the channels that is coming on streams shortly. But also, these digital boards you put in their classrooms, in the workshops in Heart, and our various devices, our laptops, phones that we are communicating on, various channels exist right now, and being strengthened. So, we are going to be touching on these 5 pillars quickly. So, we intend to have this intelligent business hub. And you can see what is happening there with this intelligent business hub. We're also going to be having a front office kiosk. So we're having various touch points in the organization. So very soon, when you go to our business offices, you will see a kiosk, little digital device to interface between the customers and the organization in different ways, even to give feedback. We also have the unified customer relationship system. And this is going to be transforming the way we manage data from our customers, internal and external. Omnichannel customer engagement, digital marketing. And you can get this presentation later on. The next pillar is back office automation. And you might know the challenges with some of the processes that exist, even procurement. The procurement process can become convoluted. We're going to be automating such process. We're going to be automating HR processes. We're going to be automating quite a few processes. And some of them are in train already. At the moment, one of the benefits of COVID is that we were able to have documents being signed online. That is going to be moving to the next level with our workflow from the point of creation right through to approval at different levels. And we're going to be using the same digital systems to manage our fleet, getting data on fuel amounts, locations of vehicles, various kind of assets going to be managed with this automation process. Even our appraisal system, you know how that can be. That is going to be automated. We have begun the process. Right? So it's a complete digital automation we are about. And you might be aware of the government's push to have records, all our records. And HEART is a little ahead. And sooner or later, we'll be inviting some person to come and see what we're doing in terms of digitizing our records. Similarly, our HR system. In a little while, you'll be able to go before on your phones and request your leave from your supervisor, or you will also determine what your leave balance is. All these simple, important processes are going to be automated, and we have begun the process. Now, let us look at the reform or the transformation of our digital infrastructure. In terms of disaster recovery, that is an important approach. We're ensuring that a plan is put in place such that what some person might have been the challenge during COVID, but we are going to be moving in a way that we are going to be more resilient, extremely resilient going forward. Right? Cybersecurity, when penetration tests are done, you will see that HEART systems are sound because of our cybersecurity strategy. Transformation of our team members. We want to make sure our team members remain on the cutting edge, both within the organization generally and more so the IT team. Just recently, we did a training in terms of digital literacy, and that was the entire organization was exposed to that. And not only within the organization, but we graduated 37 ladies, seniors, last week in digital literacy. We are moving the digital conversation at all levels. You can give a hybrid cloud strategy is a very important strategy for us, building resilience. So some IT persons will know what is called stretch cluster. What we're doing here is ensuring we're duplicating the data center such that if a disaster happens in Kingston, we will still have data somewhere else. Okay? And data is very important now. So we have reviewed our policies, and we have a data protection officer helping us to make sure that our policies are consistent with the Data Protection Act and dealing with all of the business processes within the organization. Infrastructure, we want to have sandboxes so that even in the process of allowing persons in a learning space to be playing around and getting your experiences and sharpening your skills, we have those facilities to ensure that we can strengthen the environment for learning as well. Data strategy, I mentioned that before. E-learning platform. We began e-learning with our technical areas many, many years ago, almost 25 years ago, and we are strengthening that. Right? We will have these continuous exposure to what we're doing with cross-functional teams, omnichannel help desk. Right now, there's a particular facility that the organization provides to its users, where whatever issue you're having, especially IT issues, you can make a request, it pops up in somebody's portfolio, and we see exactly what the issues are and move towards resolving them. That's the nature of the interface we're ensuring that is involved with our automation. Digital town hall, well, this is not digital, but it's part of the conversation. This is real, live, synchronous sessions. But we have some digital sessions where we have a large audience all over. We are in one space and they're listening, participating. And Innovative Circle is another opportunity to allow for creativity, innovation with these digital transformation process. Now, this is where the rubber hits the road. And I'm closing, Dr. Powell? Yes. But guess what? The digital TVET platform, it's going to be one of the revolutionary approaches to training and delivery in Jamaica and the region. Because this one system will be allowing e-inquiry, e-admission, e-enrollment, e-training or learning, e-assessments, and e-certification, and certainly evaluation, but also interfacing with the workplace. And I must let you know that this is in the procurement phase, right? And we'll be able to do quite a few things with this. And this is the last expression here as it relates to simulation, augmented reality, all the various kinds of technologies to allow for immersion. And when persons can't come to the physical space, we allow for interaction within the virtual space, for doing the various kinds of TVET work, TVET things, even feeling the sensation of things happening in the space, digital space. The technology is moving, and we're moving with it, and we're encouraging you to come along. Thank you. Questions and answers. Do you have any question? Is it so clear that you won't need to have any questions?
You can stay beside me, Dr. Gray, because it simply means then that if it is that you don't have any questions, it must be that you have answers. Eh? Good. So let me hear this now. Question 1. What is digital transformation? Based on the presentation that Dr. Gray has just shared with us, from where you sit, or based on your understanding, what is digital transformation? Go ahead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, everyone. digital transformation involves using technology to basically improve business processes, modify it, and to basically achieve our strategy and our goals.
Excellent. Create, modify. Now your gift is right over there. You'll get it in short order.
Thank you very much.
Good. Second question. Yes. She was listening. Question 2. What is digital first? Digital first. All right. Let us hear. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Digital First is prioritizing digital technology over traditional ones.
Excellent. Please give our participants a big round of applause. Thank you for being so engaging. Good. And I'm sure that, based on the presentation that Dr. Gray has just shared with us, that we will be pulling a lot from this to improve our operations within our organizations. There's no escape where digital first is concerned. I mean, as he spoke, goose pimples took me over, because we are at a place where we recognize that we, as much as we're in our institutions, we have fallen short, and we are going to have to do a lot of catch up to get with what's currently trending. Thank you so much, Dr. Gray.
Dr. Gray, I really enjoyed your presentation. I am smiling because this is something that I want to be a part of. My question is with regards to the digital TVET platform. You mentioned several E's: e-inquiry, enrollment, certification, assessment, evaluation. Give me some ideas of the programs that you'll be offering on this platform to see if I can actually enroll in one. I want to see if something up my alley.
Yes, so very good question. All programs will be on the platform, but except you understand that we have to now strategize to have a flexibility in delivery. So while most of the theoretical areas will be online, with some of the augmented reality and virtual reality, there are some sessions that will have to be done in a face-to-face environment. For example, when you go into the lab to weld, although we have virtual welding and electric welding, you might need to go and physically weld a piece of material so that it's scheduled for a face-to-face session in a lab where you'll get the experience of welding. But most of the theory and assessments will be done online. So all the information, even that welding project, pictures of it will be taken and placed in your portfolio online, such that the evidence will be there for assessment. So it will be a mixture of face-to-face and online. Soon, the platform is in procurement, but some of these things are happening already within the organization. We're using the Moodle platform. And ladies and gentlemen, every institution in heart has a Moodle platform where training is happening online and in a flexible way. Everyone. Yes. Any other question?
The news came out today that IBEX has slashed their desks by 1/3, and a number of persons have been laid off. And I heard you talk about the customers first and have the kiosk at your offices. How do you plan, as an organization, HEART, to maintain that human touch in all of this digital transformation? And what's the consideration for the jobs of those persons who would have been in those positions?
So there's so many opportunities for trained personnel. So if one person is going to move from the front office and not be interfacing with the customers, that person is going to be upskilled to be processing the data in the data center. So there are so many other possibilities. The staff will not be replaced, but be upskilled to take on new opportunities.
Excellent. Let's give Dr. Gray a round of applause. I'm sure you found this session quite informative. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Watson. Dr. Wilson, my apologies.
Okay, thank you very much. We're not done as yet. Please don't leave us. We have 2 more sessions to go, and you will enjoy them. Now, we're going into a session where we will have presentations from our affinity groups. But what is an affinity group? The affinity groups are an essential element of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics. The groups bring together members of WFCP to share and learn about topics which are essentially relevant to professional, technical, and vocational education and training. So this afternoon, we have 4 affinity groups that you will hear from, and you are free to choose one. So in this room, we will have the affinity group on global citizenship, and the presenter is Dr. J. Deitchman. Jay, where are you? Jay's at the back. Then we have the second affinity group, Brand TVET, and Emma Meredith. Where are you, Emma? Okay, Emma is on that side, and Emma will be in Hanover, and Hanover is on that side. So we're going to transform this room. So Rosal is on this side, and Hanover is on that side. All right. And then Mrs. Denise Amiot will be doing on, you guess, sustainable development. So Denise will be in Trelawney, and Trelawney is on the 2nd floor upstairs, all right? And then we have cyber and data security and social engineering, and this will be done by Fiona Hanson. Fiona, where are you? Okay, Fiona just came in, and that will be in Falmouth, and Falmouth is upstairs. It's not the end of the day. After you go to these affinity sessions, I can assure you that there are going to be vibrant discussions in each of the groups. I know you want to go to all of them, but as an institution, please distribute or please decide how you attend these sessions. After the affinity groups, please come back to this room, and we will power the day. We will end the day with another powerful presentation. So please go to the affinity groups, and Jay, Denise, Fiona, and Emma, we're trying to get back here for 4:30. All right, thank you.